You look gorgeous. I love your dress. So I'll introduce you, and I'm just going to say something about the theme, and then ask you first, what did you like yesterday? What was a highlight for you? And then I'm going to get people to pair and share for a moment, and then I'll come back and note, oh, it's so important with school-to-system connection, and you know this has been happening across all our countries. And Aziza, you've just come from doing this big event in Tajikistan, and then I'll turn to you for some comments on that. Is that good? Great. Thank you. Bless you for doing this. We'll just give a minute for everybody to come. Yeah, I think there's room for both of us as well.
Yeah. I made some notes, not to forget English words.
Yeah, no, for sure. I have my notes too. They're just a little messy. I'm just going to tell people to come and sit down. Good morning, everybody. Please come, have a seat, so we can get underway. These lights are very bright in the eye. It's like you need to shade the visor. Okay, good morning, everybody. Is this on still? Yeah. Good morning, everybody. We're going to get underway now. Yes, good morning. Let's hear a nice, enthusiastic good morning, please. Yes. I hope everybody had a good evening last night. What an incredible music concert. Let's hear it also for the musicians and for everything yesterday. And welcome back for day 2. It was a great day 1. I hope everybody's feeling energized and excited. Yesterday, as you know, our focus was primarily on equity, inclusion, and pluralism in early learning. Although across our different challenge sessions, we explored learning, equity, and inclusion across all of the age cohorts. And for me, what was really exciting was, even though it was a very diverse mix of speakers, of workshops, of challenge sessions, we had these common themes that kept coming up again and again around how we can amplify the voice of teachers, how a focus on teacher agency can really help us to drive forward an agenda on inclusion and equity. And I heard also across a lot of the sessions around the importance of assessment and supporting teachers on assessment to really assess what matters and to be able to understand the diverse learning needs of their students. I'm joined here by my colleague Aziza, who is the assessment coordinator for Aga Khan Foundation in Tajikistan. So welcome, Aziza.
Thank you.
I'd love to know, what were some of your highlights from the program yesterday?
Thank you very much, Bronwyn. First of all, I'd like to thank all the people who organized this event. It was amazing yesterday. And we, Tajikistan team, are very privileged to be part of this global experience. I enjoyed yesterday panel discussion. It was very rich in content and touched upon very important elements related to early childhood development in various contexts, from global perspective, as well as some contextual country-specific challenges and opportunities for improvement, especially through School 2030 teaching innovations. Some of these elements are relevant for our context in Tajikistan, and if we apply this experience, it would bring positive changes in our work in pre-primary cohort as well. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Aziza. So I'd love for everybody to have a chance to just reflect a little bit on some of their highlights, maybe some key learning or some key takeaways that came from your involvement yesterday. So if we could just take maybe 2 minutes and turn to the person you're sitting next to and share one of your highlights or one of your favorite moments yesterday, and to exchange and to learn from others as well. Just 2 minutes to have a little, a meet and greet, pair and share. Did you go to any of the challenge sessions yesterday?
Yes, it was this formative assessments.
Oh, how was that with Education International? Yes. Yeah, the learning circles, that one?
Yes.
Was it good?
It was good, yes. Yeah, they presented the Google's formative assessment around the world, and we had some discussion around this.
Great. And did you go to a second one, or did you just go to one? Yeah, that's fine. I think for a lot of the internal team, they don't get a chance. I'll just give them like. All right, everybody, just thanks, everybody. Just maybe wrap up next 10 or 20 seconds and we'll come back to the room together. Okay, thank you, everybody, so much. I'm sure you could keep chatting and sharing all morning, but we have many, many exciting things for you. So let's bring our attention back to the front of the room for a moment. So thanks very much. I hope you had a good chance to connect, maybe with somebody you haven't met before. I feel like the mic is very loud, so I apologize. Maybe I need to take a step back. So one of the other things that I think is really exciting at the Global Forum yesterday, and also, in the forum we had last year in Tanzania, and of course today and tomorrow as well, is the opportunity to connect different stakeholders from the school up to the system level. And it's a very exciting opportunity for us to learn what lessons are happening that we can draw from all of these different contexts, and how does that inform our work in all of the different ways and sectors in which we're working. And actually, although we have these big global events as an opportunity to come together globally, we have these events in Schools 2030 happening in our countries as well. And I didn't know if everybody was aware of that, but we have these same, very similar style national showcase events happening across every country at least once a year, to give an opportunity for teachers in that country to come together with national level policymakers and other key stakeholders at the country level to learn what the teachers are doing, to share best practices, to share assessment tools and design methodologies. So it's very, very exciting. And I'm thrilled to have Aziza here, in fact, because just last week they had a big national showcase in Tajikistan. I don't know how they managed to organize a national showcase and then pack up and fly to Porto for a global showcase, but they're an incredible team. Oh, wow. Hear it for the bird. Even the pigeons are impressed. So I just wanted to invite Aziza to give some reflections, because at the global level, we don't always get to see those key country level connections that are being made. And we know, of course, in education, it's very much a country level. Really, it's a national systems level that is where we'll see the most impact and change. So I'd love to just invite Aziza to share some of her reflections on the National Showcase event that was just held in Tajikistan. Over to you, Aziza.
Thank you. We like on 30 and 31st of May, AKF Initiative School 2030 in Tajikistan, in close collaboration with the Ministry of Education and Science of the Republic of Tajikistan, organized a national forum called Innovative Teacher. This showcase served as a platform for the teachers from all regions of Tajikistan to present their innovative pedagogical projects. On the first day of this forum, 28 teachers from 4 regions presented their innovative design pedagogical solutions for the assessment for the evaluation committee. On the second day, the award ceremony presided over by the Deputy Minister of Education and Science of Tajikistan, Deputy Governor of Khatlon region, Head of Regional Education Departments, with participation of other relevant stakeholders, including over 700 teachers. Such recognition and policy dialogue, it's a very, let's say for us, we were happy to conduct this in our country because it indicates successful policy dialogue at national level. And it's one of the biggest indicators of the positive relationship at national level. So such recognition would have not happened without support of School 2030 Global Team and coalition of partners. So thank you very much for your continuous support in creating this positive change at all levels.
Thanks. Thank you so much, Aziza. And it's great to see some of the imagery as well that came out from that event in Tajikistan. And again, just my incredible gratitude for the team for managing such a massive event and then flying to Porto to do it all over again here. So thank you so much. Now it's time for us to shift our focus towards today's program. And again, our theme, of course, is around inclusivity, equity, and pluralism. But today we're going to focus in our morning panels on the formal education system, on primary and secondary schools, and how we're strengthening public state schools to be as inclusive, equitable, and pluralistic as possible. I am absolutely delighted to welcome up a really strong panel of speakers to the stage, and chaired by the wonderful Bela Jamil. So please may I invite them up. As they're coming up, I just want to note to everybody, if you have not got your translation, please do bring it out, as we have a multilingual panel here. We'll have a Russian speaker, will be translated into English. But remember as well, please, that all of the main sessions are translated English, Russian, and Portuguese. Okay, so if you haven't gotten your headset, please do go and get it now as our panel comes to the stage. Thank you, Minister. Thank you so much. Thank you, Bela, my dear. It's fine. Do you have your microphone? Yeah. No, it's on. No, so you can all just sit. Nobody has to be at the podium. Thanks, Heather. Thank you so much, my dears.
Good morning, everyone. It's absolutely my pleasure and delight to welcome such an illustrious panel here. We've been hearing yesterday was magical. And if I can't stop my heart from saying Porto Zindabad, which means long live Porto, I should start also by saying Schools 2030 Zindabad. So yesterday there were really powerful conversations all day in the plenaries and indeed the workshops. And we looked at what Bronwyn said from schools to system level shifts, which addressed the issue of inclusivity, equitable and pluralistic learning through our schooling system across. And that is the essence of Schools 2030 ambitions. We are fortunate to be informed by a very wonderful set of advocates for the topic, which range from policymakers to teachers, researchers, and funders indeed. Schools 2030, for all of us by now, and we are embedded in that key message, is an ambitious global program that really seeks to bring agency of the child and the teacher front and center. within the education systems from early years to secondary level in diverse pluralistic settings, and I must say informed by evidence iteratively again and again. It spans the academic and non-academic, holistic and inclusive learning, and it has been very inspiring to hear ministers as activists, really, yesterday, and I hope today as well, at the policy level, the passionate teachers in the classrooms, the researchers building rich, informed evidence for iterative action and participatory research, which is planned to go across this decade, and funders with faith in solid investment. I thought funders would fall off their seats. They had so much passion yesterday as we ended that magical day yesterday. So the possibility is being explored collectively. And we are privileged this morning, as I said, to be speaking with such a diverse group of panelists that we have here. But quickly, to introduce my panelists for the morning, we are very fortunate to have the Honorable Deputy Minister, Ms. Dr. Bubu Ashyambeva, as a Deputy Minister of Education and Science in the Kyrgyz Republic, where she's responsible for managing education policies, innovations, and programs. She has dedicated her career to advancing education with a particular focus on improving access to quality education for all students. Ms. Ashyambeva has held various leadership positions in the education sector and has made significant contributions to the development of education system in Kyrgyzstan. We have then Ian McPherson with over 2 decades of experience in education and development. He's been with the Global Partnership for Education since 2015, where he leads their very famous Knowledge and Innovation Exchange, the KICS program. And formerly, he was working with Open Societies Foundation, and I had the privilege of working with him very closely, as well as several INGOs. His interest is in governance and politics of knowledge. Ian holds a DPhil in Education Studies from Oxford and multiple master's programs. We are also fortunate today to have with us Mayana Waijioko, who has also studied in Pakistan, so there is a real symbiotic linkage here as well. He's head of the Professional Development Capacity Center at the Aga Khan Schools Academy in Mombasa. Welcome, Mayana. Heather Graham has joined the Oak Foundation as the director of the Learning Differences program in December 2017. The program envisions a world in which schools unlock the creativity and power of every young person and equip each one to shape more just and equitable communities. We couldn't have a better person from the funders' perspective than Heather here, as she spent over 2 decades working in education, philanthropy, and non-profit sectors. Welcome, Heather. And of course, last but not least, when we asked the municipality of Porto to recommend an educator, we were very fortunate to have with us Lydia Cabral. She is from she's a professor of education and psychology at the university, at the Portuguese Catholic University here in Porto. Welcome to the panel. We'll begin the panel, and I hope we'll have 3 rapid rounds to the panel, but we want to begin immediately with the Honorable Deputy Minister. Ma'am, I wanted to ask you a question. Inclusive education is a policy priority in the Kyrgyz Republic. What are some of the challenges and priorities your government is facing in this area? And I hope everybody has a translator set with them. This is going to be in Russian. Over to you. And we've got about 4 minutes.
Ага, понятно. Доброе утро, уважаемые участники глобального форума.
Good morning, dear participants of the Global Forum. I'm so pleased to be here to attend this very important, significant event for the education sector domain, and it's my honor to speak during this discussion, and I'm grateful to the organizers that you've made it possible for us, that you've created this platform so that we could discuss some aspects so important for the education system: inclusive education, access to education for our children, starting from preschool education and proceeding with higher university education. And of course, as well as in all the other countries, priorities are determined by the challenges that every country faces. And I would like to focus on 4 key priorities for Kyrgyz Republic that in our country we are trying to implement. First, in order to develop the inclusive policy and legislation, every country actually needs to develop and implement the policy that supports principles of inclusive education. First, that includes development of the legislative framework that would guarantee the right and opportunities for all students, no matter what their capacities or needs are in that sense. And in that part, Kyrgyzstan ratified the Convention on Rights of People with Disabilities. The respective domestic legislative acts have been adopted, and bylaws have been developed. The second, no less important priority is developing and improving school infrastructure and infrastructure of educational facilities to ensure access and to include students with various needs. Kyrgyz Republic, most of schools in the Republic were built in 1960s through 1990s in the USSR period, and thus the infrastructure is not fully relevant or friendly to ensure access to schools. However, after the Republic became independent, we started building new schools according to new standards so that children could have access to education, so that they could make use of that and have access to quality education. Number 3, an important aspect is training and supporting the faculty, teachers. We know that the key role in the education system is the educator, and we want to ensure proper training, support for teachers so that they could provide the efficient education for our students, for children with various educational needs. That may include professional development programs, various trainings, advice. This is actually about exchange of experience that makes it possible for us to disseminate best practices, to share best experiences so that other countries could probably use this experience as well. And the 4th important aspect for all stakeholders, for all key actors in the education sector is awareness and changing the attitude and the mindset of the society. Here, it is important to promote higher awareness raising, to make sure that the society understands principles of inclusive education and rights of students with various needs. This can be achieved by means of information awareness raising campaigns that make it possible for every parent, every member of the community, and all other stakeholders, they can have access to those services. And also, we try to develop close cooperation of the Ministry of Education with mass media to involve the public, engage the public in the decision-making process. Because the Ministry of Education, us, when we develop our policy, we need to be ready, we need to be open to the society, to parents, to make the respective decisions. And it is very important to know opinion of parents and experts in the field of education. And also we want to hear some criticism because, of course, in any country, we have this category of experts who are ready to come up with some constructive criticism to improve the system. And we need to be open to that to make sure that we make the decisions. Thank you.
Lays down the framework. Is that an echo? Yes. It lays down the framework so well for our discussion this morning. And I want to quickly move on to Ian from GPE. So Ian, what is the role of GPE in supporting ministries like in Kyrgyz Republic to achieve their inclusive education goals?
Thank you, Bela, and good morning to you all. The Global Partnership for Education, or GPE, is a multi-stakeholder partnership that supports partner countries to develop their own pathway to transform their education systems by identifying key challenges, implementing priority reforms, and aligning all stakeholders to achieve results. Our board of directors is comprised of different constituencies representing first and foremost partner countries, as well as donors, multilateral organizations, civil society, teacher unions, foundations, and the private sector. So the first way that GPE supports ministries to achieve inclusive education goals is by ensuring that they are included and moreover drive decisions about GPE strategy, priorities, and how it operates. Secondly, leaving no one behind is part of GPE's mission, and fulfilling the rights to education is central to our strategy, GPE 2025. Which is aligned with and directly addresses SDG 4. Its main goal is to accelerate access, learning outcomes, and gender equality through equitable, inclusive, and resilient education systems that are fit for the 21st century. Regarding inclusion specifically, GPE supports partner countries to transform their schools so that they cater to all children in a safe and healthy environment free from discrimination, including those with disabilities. It provides guidance, support, and funding for interventions to include children with disabilities in countries' education systems, tools and guidelines for education sector analysis and planning, and support for improved data on disability. Partner countries also use GPE grants to train teachers in inclusive education and provide access to equipment and learning materials for children with disabilities, such as braille machines, eyeglasses, and hearing aids. Third, and consequently, achieving inclusive education goals, i.e., ensuring gender equality in and through education, and that minority groups and the most marginalized are supported through national education systems, is central to the current GPE operating model. GPE works with over 87 governments and their in-country partners brought together in what are known as local education groups, or LEGs colloquially, to develop partnership compacts that identify a core policy priority around which all partners coalesce. Central to developing partnership compacts are evidence-based considerations on how to ensure education systems address issues of inclusion. GPE provides a range of grants that support capacity building and implementation to address inclusive education goals. So let me use the Kyrgyz example as one illustration of GPE support. Since 2013, GPE has provided over $33.5 million in financing. The latest grant in 2021 seeks to increase access to preschool education for children from the most vulnerable households and improve their school readiness. One of its three components is to expand preschool coverage for underserved children by increasing access to quality early childhood education in poor rural areas. Another example is from the Gambia, where the government is using their GPE grant to support mainstreaming children with mild to moderate disabilities, including blind students into the public school system. Those with other and more severe impairments will be sent to special schools, which are being strengthened to fulfill a secondary role as outreach centers to support staff in mainstream schools and provide functional resource centers in each region. A further way that GPE supports ministries achieve inclusive education goals is through the GPE Knowledge and Innovation Exchange, or KICS. KICS both funds research and creates spaces for knowledge sharing among and between country stakeholders, facilitated by 4 regional hubs, to enhance their education systems using relevant evidence and actionable research. The Kyrgyz Republic, to use the example once again, is part of the KICS Europe, Asia and Pacific Hub. A national KICS coordinator from the Ministry of Education and Science is the main liaison between the hub and the National KICS Steering Committee, which is comprised of 2 members from the Ministry of Education and Science, including the Honorable Deputy Minister, the Kyrgyz Academy of Education, the World Bank and UNICEF. In the 2.5 years since engaging with the hub, policy stakeholders and experts from the Kyrgyz Republic have engaged in various activities, including what are referred to as learning cycles. These are 5-week immersive professional development journeys supported by the hub, where national experts produce case studies through empirical research and analysis. Kyrgyz national experts have engaged in 4 learning cycles on scaling innovations, improving equitable access to education using geospatial data, diagnostic tools for improving education policy planning, and scaling teacher professional development. Each of these engagements has produced a case study and new primary research. And additionally, the Kyrgyz Republic has assumed a leadership position in a research consortium of 5 public associations from the Kyrgyz Republic, Georgia, Moldova, Uzbekistan, and Tajikistan, who plan to conduct a cross-country exchange on successful practices for access to education for children with disabilities. And supported by the hub, activities will run from July to October of this year.
Thank you very much, and rarely would have such a perfect alignment between what the Honourable Minister has the ambition and what GP is doing. But let's go quickly down to the grassroots, to the school level, and ask Meena this question on how can we support teachers to make inclusive education policy translate into classroom practice, and how do you really negotiate culture and context into inclusive classrooms? Over to you, Meena, and we are short of time, but we want to at least give you a good 4 minutes for your opening.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. And it's always good to give voice to the teachers because they have realities on the ground. So you heard from the policymaker that there is a legislation and there is a policy on inclusion. The challenge is, how does it trickle down to the teacher in the classroom? Because they need to access this information and know this is a policy, this is how we are supposed to do it. So the first thing is to appreciate that the teachers are made aware that there is such a policy. So in teacher preparation program, in teacher in-service program, all training, there should be an aspect of inclusivity. We cannot address inclusivity as a stand-alone. It needs to be integrated alongside other. We don't spice it. It has to be part and parcel of the way we prepare learners and teachers. Secondly, what we value, we measure. and what we measure, we value. Therefore, people who appraise teacher or support teachers or recognize teachers should be able to have an aspect of inclusion in part of their parameters to measure the success of a teacher. So any person who is recognized in education must have that aspect of inclusivity as part of a right of what they do. Then we also have teacher mentors who ensure continuity, support of teachers on the ground. Therefore, they have a responsibility to ensure that inclusivity is part and parcel of what we do. But when you say, how do we ensure that this happens in the classroom? We need to work with the teachers so that they understand what is pluralism. Just 3 weeks ago, I was preparing teachers, and when I used the word pluralism, they wondered, what is this word about? So we need to use a language, not from academia, a language of the teachers where they understand activities in the classrooms which bring out inclusivity. And there are simple things like differentiation. The moment you bring differentiation, because most of us, we don't look at the continuum, we stay on the periphery. We look at extreme disabilities. Yet everybody is unique and everybody is able differently. So how do we accommodate all the 30 learners in the class? Because when I hear a teacher saying, I'm teaching grade 3, I get worried. They should say, I'm teaching the 25 learners in grade 3. Because grade 3 is not a unit, but is made of individuals learner in that class. So there is an issue of language in the class, the issue of the resources you use, are they gender blind or are they inclusive? The issue of the group work, because you don't start inclusivity up there, you start by cooperation in class. Then there is the issue of the way you question, the way you give time to girls and boys in the classroom. And then we also have to consider the issue of universal design of learning. Because the moment you bring universal design of learning in the class, you are appreciating multiple perspective. You are appreciating multiple representation of information. And therefore, you are considering each and every learner in the class with their learning variability, with the way they learn, the way they access concept. And we call that affordance. How do you create affordance to this poor child, to this child of a single parent, to this child who's walking? Everybody has a unique way of learning. So inclusivity will only work if educators embrace open-mindedness. Because the moment you have open-mindedness, you are going to appreciate diversity, and therefore you are going to appreciate learners with their individual differences. And therefore you will be flexible, you will accommodate, and you will bring all on board.
Thank you very much. Spoken like someone in the classroom. And we come to Heather now. We've heard from the classroom, we've heard from the policymakers, we've heard from the donor. And in terms of a philanthropic organization, what is the role of donors in supporting both school and system level change?
Yes, thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I want to pick up on some of the themes that were raised yesterday in the conversation with the other donors. We heard from Dubai Cares and Lego and Jacobs about the important role that philanthropy plays in terms of seeding innovation and taking risks. And at Oak Foundation, we really see that as a pivotal role that we can play in this work. We're really about promoting and fostering partnerships that seed and support the innovation and those risks. And I'm just going to give you a little bit of context about our work at Oak Foundation, which then situates it in the context of why we're here and why we're supporting Schools 2030. So at Oak, our work is really in support of 3 primary areas of focus to support students with learning differences. We're focused on the research, so understanding what works in classrooms, what works to help students realize their potential as learners, and then translating those practices, the knowledge into the practices that teachers and school leaders take into schools, and then finally creating the enabling conditions that support the environment for students to succeed. And I think we've heard about all 3 of those levels throughout this conference. And the problem that we're trying to solve, which Simon talked about yesterday on the panel, is really that schools are not designed or set up to meet the needs of all learners. They have a very narrow model, and they don't address the variability in learners. And so we're very focused, we're focused on solving that problem at Oak Foundation, and particularly solving that problem with a focus on the 1 in 5 students who have learning and thinking differences. So in our work, we very specifically look at students with learning and thinking differences such as dyslexia, dysgraphia, dyscalculia, ADHD. We recognize that many of our partners have a broader view of inclusivity in education, which we fully embrace and support. And for us, the lens is very focused on those specific learning differences, and then also bringing in a focus on educational equity. So thinking about students who are not thriving in schools, and why are they not thriving? So it's the learning differences, and they're the systemic barriers that many students face, such as poverty, such as racism, girls' education is a gender discrimination. There are many, many challenges. And so we're really looking at the Venn diagram of where the marginalization for students with learning differences is further exacerbated. And we see our role as a funder as really pushing systems to design for the students who are the most at the margins, with the belief that if schools support the students who are most at the margins, then all students will actually be better supported. Later, I'll give you some examples of what that looks like in our work in literacy. We heard a little bit about universal design for learning, and we have one of our partners here that's working with CAST and the founders of UDL. I think that's a really great example of how the premise of UDL works for all students, and it particularly works for students with learning differences. So if you think about really enhancing the ways that students can show what they know, not just through a test that assesses one dimension, but really giving them many opportunities to show what they know, many opportunities to learn through different approaches. Those are great examples of things that work for students with learning differences, but really work to enhance the work for all students and students with learning differences. And then finally, I just want to say, in terms of the work with Schools 2030, we think this initiative is a wonderful example for us of the work that's happening at those 3 levels. So thinking about the research into what works for students, and in this case, getting the research that's coming up from the teachers, that is not going down, which so often we see that the research is coming from people who have actually very little experience in classrooms. And then the translation of that research into the practice, and then creating the enabling conditions, such as a forum like this, where we're together and we're really thinking about the broader systems and how they all connect.
Thank you very much. That's so succinctly put. So as we work for students at the margins and what works, we need to be informed by research. And we have with us Professor Lydia. And so what is research on education inclusion and equity telling us? That would be a very important question for the audience also, looking at what Porto is doing.
Thank you so much, Baila, and good morning to all of you. It's a pleasure to be here. So first of all, I would like to clarify that academia is now focusing on a broader concept of educational inclusion. This has been evolving over the past few years. We are not looking at educational inclusion only as the inclusion of students with disabilities or of minorities anymore. When we talk about educational inclusion, we are actually talking about providing quality education to all students, regardless of their background, abilities, or characteristics. So it's about creating the conditions for every student to achieve academic success. With that being said, what research has been telling us is that, first of all, although the achievement gap, which refers to disparities in academic performance among different groups of students, has shown some improvements in certain areas and for specific groups, the fact is that persistent disparities still exist, particularly related to socioeconomic status and race or ethnicity. Secondly, these disparities are mainly due to a standardized and uniform school model that tends to give the same curriculum to everyone in the same way and at the same time, regardless of different characteristics of students, using the same assessment tools for everyone. In the third place, the main victims of exclusion at schools are the ones who do not fit the mainstream school model, because in general, schools are still expecting children to adapt to its model instead of trying to adapt to different backgrounds and learning styles. So it's the one-fits-all model. And at the same time, inclusive education has been shown to enhance academic outcomes, promote social integration, and foster positive attitudes towards diversity. So these findings have been influencing international policy, which is great, by fostering school autonomy through legislation that allows and invites and fosters schools to rethink the way they organize themselves in order to make every child learn as much as they can. And this involves, obviously, assuming more diverse, plural, personalized and integrated organizational and pedagogical models at schools. And in Portugal, for example, recent legislation is fostering school autonomy to reinvent its organizational and pedagogical models with the program called Autonomy and Curriculum Flexibility Program. So I would say these are the main highlights.
Thank you very much. And I think it resonates so well with what we heard the Honorable Minister speak yesterday. I mean, so much passion on inclusion and diversity. It was really inspiring. But I think at this point, we finished the first round and we want to we are conscious of time, finish exactly at 10:10. But it'll be great to start this round with Meena and to find out, okay, we've heard the school level, the policy level discussion. Well, what really is that ecosystem all about? What's happening there? What kind of support is needing? Who else is there in that system? So we would love to be informed by you and what you are doing in Mombasa.
Thank you very much. Schools do not exist on their own. They exist within a community. And therefore, the parents who bring the children to the school are key stakeholders, and they play a critical role in the lives of the children. And they come with their uniqueness, their baggage, their cultural aspiration, and where they come from. Cultural belief sometimes excavate or increase elements of exclusivity. So we need to be sensitive in the way we are negotiating, trying to empower everybody from somebody who's coming to a community where they are not empowered at all. So cognizant of the aspects of the community as they engage in the school is very, very important. So as the teachers are bringing issues of inclusivity, there is communication to the parents in two ways. Parents can be invited into the school to see, for example, how the girl child is empowered and is presenting as a school president. That is a clear example that this girl can speak, yet at home she's not supposed to speak. So that example can give them a possibility, evidence, way to see it works. The other way is having place-based learning, whereby the students can go to the marketplace and do an activity. And the community can observe the dynamic of the presentation and the empowerment across genders and the resources. And that vivid example can influence the community to see how empowerment is transcending across all genders, across all classes, without borders. So it's very, very important that messaging, not limited to schools, but it involves the stakeholders around so that they can see this huge shift, because sometimes it's a very, very difference. By the time you were 18 years, you had spent 86% of your life at home. Meaning that the home environment has a lot of influence on your thinking and on your action. So as much as the school is trying to infuse a different way of thinking, an empowered, more open-minded, more inclusive, we also need to be cognizant of the other end, which can dampen our effort, and therefore we have collaborative effort for all.
Thank you.
So bottom line is, if we appreciate that we are all humans, that is a way to bridge diversity and embrace everybody positively.
Thank you very much, Maina. And again, this whole notion, how do you open the school walls? How do you make them more inclusive? How do you blur the boundaries between school and the other systems outside? And over to our Honorable Deputy Minister in Kyrgyz Republic, you've been trying to create new roles for exactly bridging those gaps and become a part of that ecosystem. So in your education systems, what kind of support are you addressing, through whom, for curriculum and pedagogical development? Can you speak about that initiative that you have in the Kyrgyz Republic? Of the social pedagogues and other initiatives that you've created?
Спасибо. Прежде я хочу поблагодарить Яна за то, что...
First of all, I would like to thank Jan for assisting our initiatives. GP has supported us greatly in this respect. Before I start answering the question about the mechanisms, I would like to thank Maina. He said what a teacher should do. The ministry deals with the policy development. It drafts the laws, and thus it provides teachers with opportunities to implement the policies. So the teachers should be very creative. Their creativity plays a crucial role. And here I would like to say, if we look at the statistics of Kyrgyz Republic, we will find out that 1.5 million students in our system are aged from 6 to 18, and 24% of them are children with some disabilities. We need inclusive classes for these children and even inclusive schools. What is implied by an inclusive school or inclusive classroom? The child is entitled to high-quality education. The child has to get access to the textbooks, to materials. The child should have barrier-free access to such educational environment, regardless of the child's peculiarities of needs. All children should get equal opportunities to receive high-quality education. In this connection, we've started implementing some pilot projects for the time being. First, 20 schools, then 56 schools implemented such a position as teacher assistant. So children with disabilities may get inclusive education there. Here we do not imply migrants or minorities. We focus solely on children with some mental health disabilities. They do need a tutor who would accompany this child and provide the required assistance. Unfortunately, we cannot launch such a position of a tutor in each and every school. However, we have started the process. Since 2012, we've launched also a position of a social teacher who is involved in arranging social events and bringing up children on the basis of partnership forged between school and family, school and community, because a child is never isolated. Child is always living in the environment, so this inclusive culture should be in place. The school has to come up with the inclusive classrooms and the materials. However, unless the community is open for this inclusive culture, we won't achieve any difference. It's incredibly important to engage the entire society. Everyone should be involved in the process. We realize that there are many different ways and solutions for children to ensure high-quality education for them, regardless of their capacities and peculiarities. However, in spite of some of our achievements, we still recognize some challenges ahead of us. We are looking at the horizon of 2030, so we have to question ourselves, what efforts should we invest to create more inclusive schools, to achieve more equity and pluralism in the school system? These are the questions we are currently working on. Looking behind, we can proudly state that our progress in terms of inclusiveness is the result of people's change in mentality. So people have changed their ways, have changed their attitudes to the inclusiveness. Education is not a privilege, but a fundamental right of every individual. And we started recognizing that. So the mindset, the way of thinking of many people have changed. We've progressed also in terms of eliminating barriers towards the education. We ensure that every child, regardless of the race or ethnicity, has access to high-quality education. However, we should not stay idle. We should invest in technologies and digital literacy to avoid these performance gaps. We also have to provide targeted support to low-income communities, rural vicinities, and some dotational regions that need these dotations, these subsidies. This is the equal distribution of resources. We also have to focus, we as state have to focus more on broader reach out. We have to encompass both preschool and secondary school education. To achieve these goals, just like my colleagues have mentioned before, we need to cooperate, we need to partner, and we have to collaborate. Both the government, the civil society, the teachers' community, all together can exchange experience, opinions, and learn from each other. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister, has an eye on implementation inside the classrooms, so from laws to infrastructure access to capacity building of teachers to awareness, and then to action and research, but also innovations. And we've seen that without that, ministers have to have an eye on that, and of course partnerships. I think we probably have this as our last round, and I'd like to quickly move to Heather in terms of, again, what is the role of donors in supporting both school level and system level change? And we've seen the kind of aspirations and the kind of activities that are already happening in countries.
Great, thank you so much for the question. I want to go back to a point that Mina made about students don't exist in a vacuum, and students exist within this broader context. And so I think it's really important in our work, in philanthropy in particular, but in the broader sector as well, that we address the challenges from multiple dimensions. So I want to just focus on a specific example succinctly for my final remarks here. We have identified early literacy as a major challenge that we're trying to solve in our work. So students being unprepared and not taught to read using evidence-based approaches to reading. We know that that is the best way to ensure a strong foundation in reading, and yet it is not happening in so many contexts. So we recognize that there need to be multiple approaches to addressing this problem. For us, that has meant that we have focused on creating understanding and awareness of the problem. So we have done a campaign supporting journalism to elevate the challenge. We have had a very successful partnership with APM, American Public Media, and Emily Hanford in the US on elevating how is it that students with dyslexia and students overall in the US context in particular are not being taught to read using the evidence-based approach. Now that's spreading globally as well. And we're really, with that work, creating a sense of outrage about what this injustice is and how it's impacting students. And then we're supporting transparency using data about what does this actually look like. So as one of the panelists said earlier, if you don't measure it, it doesn't get addressed. And so in the context of reading, we're supporting the National Center for Teaching Quality, NCTQ, to look at how are schools of education, are they teaching the best practices with regard to reading? If not, why not? What does that look like? Putting that information out into the world. And in the context of our work in the US, we are seeing a lot of shifts in state and local policies around teaching reading. And then the third and potentially, I think, most important and pivotal piece of this is that we're building the capacity of teachers and school leaders to know how to use that evidence-based approach in classrooms. And we're doing that in the US, and we're also doing that in a global context. So I'll just name 3 of our partners that are working on that. We are supporting the work of the Luminos Fund, who is here. They spoke, I believe, yesterday. We're supporting their work in Ghana on this. We're supporting the work of Teach for All to work globally with their networks of teachers on helping ensure that teachers understand how to adopt their practices to support the diverse needs of learners. And then we're supporting the Trevor Noah Foundation in South Africa with their work to build the capacity of educators and to ensure that students are equipped to really be successful.
Thank you very much, Heather. It shows that when funders are informed, they walk the talk, and they are looking at the whole area so sensitively. Quickly going to Professor Lydia once again. At an organizational level, how can schools respond efficiently to the growing social and cultural diversity of students? We've got, sadly, just 2.5 minutes, and then we have Ian finally.
Well, David Tiak and William Tobin, back to 1994, have introduced a very interesting metaphor, which is the grammar of schooling. This means, the grammar of schooling, the organizational and pedagogical forms of schooling that have persisted over the years, shaping the structure of teaching and learning in much the same way grammar shapes language. They also studied and explained that it has been so hard to change this grammar of schooling because there is a common consensus about what a real school is. So students, teachers, and society in general are completely familiarized with the traditional school model that divides everything into different drawers. So it divides students into groups according to their age, it divides knowledge into subjects, it divides learning into specific times and places that are the same for everyone, regardless of their differences. And in this concept of school, that is still the prevailing, this is the concept of school which is still the prevailing model, I mean. So students who don't learn in this model, they fail. And so retention is still the most common way to deal with the fact that students don't learn. So if they don't learn, it's their problem. It's never considered as a problem from the organization, from people working there, from the conditions. So, however, the growing social and cultural diversity of students is making it very clear that we must move towards a student-centered learning model, which implies abandoning the one-fits-all model of education and investing on much more personalized teaching and learning models. This is about reinventing the grammar of schooling, which implies, very briefly, for example, making times and spaces for learning flexible, giving to each student according to their needs, making teaching and learning a shared responsibility, team teaching, fostering an interactive professionalism, cooperative learning, valuing students' prior knowledge and idiosyncrasies and articulating them with the national curricula, investing in systematic and continuous formative assessment practices, adopting more integrated curriculum management practices, adopting active teaching and learning methodologies, project-based learning, flipped classroom, and other methodologies, and making schools, this is really very important, professional learning communities where teachers continuously share their practices, reflect upon them, and refine them in order to optimize the teaching and learning process. And all of this with a leadership focused on learning, the learning of everyone in schools, not only of students, but mostly of teachers. This is it.
I'm sure everyone in this room has, this has resonated with all of you. These shifts are what we are all about. And Ian, finally to you, from a global governance perspective, how do you support and strengthen these meso-level structures, the kind of shifts we are talking about in the education systems, this global partnership for education? How does it look at these alliances?
Thank you, Bela. And I'll cut my comments because I know that we're running short of time. I just want to talk about two initiatives that the GPE supports that support these meso-level structures. One is through a program called Education Out Loud, or EOL. EOL supports civil society advocacy and social accountability, which are integral parts to the vision of GPE 2025 and ingrained in the principle of mutual accountability and stakeholder participation, which is a key factor for evidence-based systems change and transformation rooted in the realities of children, of teachers, of schools and communities. And EOL enables civil society to broaden bases, to be more inclusive of marginalized and local groups, to increase the capacity and the strategic influence in education policy processes, and improve data and evidence gathering to monitor commitments, policies, and plans. And to give just one example from Tanzania, the National Education Coalition, TENMET, supported by EOL, used research that they had conducted on the state of girls' education to advocate with a local education group, policymakers and government officials for a re-entry policy for teen mothers. For the past years, Tanzania mainland did not allow students who dropped out due to pregnancy to be re-enrolled back into formal schooling. But in November of 2021, Tanzania adopted Circular 2, allowing teenage mothers to resume formal schooling after giving birth. So EOL is currently active in more than 60 countries with 80 grants, supporting national education coalitions, national accountability organizations, and transnational networks. And a further way that GPE supports meso-level structures is through KICS. I mentioned earlier how the KICS Hub creates spaces for countries to engage in learning and exchange activities. But in addition to the hubs, the KICS research portfolio is comprised of 41 applied research grants implemented in 53 countries by over 100 non-government organizations, 70% of which are based in the Global South. Many of these projects engaged and are implemented by these meso-level institutions, and I'll just give one example. The Back to School project is led by the Graça Machel Trust in collaboration with the Africa Child Policy Forum in Ethiopia, the Diocese of Musoma in Tanzania, and the Pan-African Research Services in Kenya. And their project works with teachers, with learners, with parents, with communities and policymakers to increase the enrollment of out-of-school girls in accelerated learning programs in the 3 countries, as well as their retention and transition. My final point, Bela, I can see you looking at me. My last point is that, worth noting, is that KICS is launching 4 new calls for proposals this year. One is open now on data systems and data use, which includes 3 streams. First, expanding and integrating data sets to understand learning and promote gender equality, equity, and inclusion. Secondly, using platforms and tools to enhance data use. And thirdly, expanding uses and users of data, including for public accountability. Further calls will address specifically gender equality, equity, and inclusion, which will drop this month, and teacher professional development and early childhood care and education late this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This has been an amazing session, but just to again highlight, just so that, you know, our language shifts are also in place. When you look at academic outcomes, please let's keep a focus on non-academic outcomes as well. For Schools 2030, they go hand in hand. And I can't forget what yesterday was a great highlight when, you know, we're saying today, and I'm just thinking of from my teenage years as a student to now, to look at the big shifts. Today, we talk about equality as access and equity as inclusive quality. Now, that's a big shift. And I think you had absolutely rock stars here as panelists to talk about it, because they are not just speaking about things that they will happen, they're really walking the talk. A big round of applause to all of them. We come to the end of the session now. Thank you very much for being such a great audience.
Wow. What a rich panel of speakers. Please, can we have another round of applause? That was absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much to the Honorable Deputy Minister. Oh, good, a photo, that's excellent. To Maina, to Lydia, to Heather, and to Ian, and of course to Bela, incredible chair. Thank you so much. Exit, you can exit stage left or stage right. Oh, another photo. Great. Oh, God, that was amazing. You were all so very good. Thank you. Great. I mean, I feel so energized after that panel. I don't know about everybody else, but in case anybody has the morning, you know, the morning tireds, why don't we all stand up and give a big stretch so we feel stretched, ready, and energized for our next panel. I like this music too. It's good. You can shake your booty a little bit too while you're stretching. Great. Now don't spend too much time stretching, because we have other things to do as well. Thanks, everybody. And thanks again to those panelists for really setting the stage with some very powerful and rich thinking and experiences that they've shared with all of us. I'm absolutely delighted now to welcome to the stage our second panel of teachers at this year's Global Forum. Today we're lucky to have 4 teachers coming from India, from Pakistan, from Tajikistan, and from Kyrgyzstan, who are all going to share with us some of the work, practices, and innovations they've been doing with their students to address the inclusion and equity needs in their context. I'd like to welcome them all and my very dear colleague and friend Nazira, who will chair today's session.
Thank you very much, Roman. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the special session of Day 2 of our forum, which is dedicated to showcasing the teachers' innovations in improving the holistic learning outcomes of students through creating and fostering creative, inclusive, and pluralistic learning spaces within their communities. My name is Nazira Joldoshbekova. I'm the Education Program Manager and National Coordinator of Schools 2030 program at the Aga Khan Foundation in Kyrgyzstan. And I really feel privileged to chair this special session. And I would like to know that our time together that will last for 1 hour, promise to be inspiring, as we are about to explore the remarkable work of 4 teachers from 4 countries who are making significant differences in their school communities. And before we begin, I would like to take a quick moment to acknowledge and appreciate the tireless efforts of those teachers and their colleagues and all other teachers in this room and those who have joined our live stream, who, despite the enormous and at times incredible challenges that exist out there in their communities, are working hard to shape the minds and future of children through their hard work, through their commitment, through their dedication to their profession, and of course, through their great love for children. And today, we have the honor of hearing from 4 exceptional teachers from Pakistan, Kyrgyzstan, India, and Tajikistan, and their work includes various areas, such as empowering girls' education through nurturing their confidence, through nurturing their leadership skills and building confidence, fostering inclusivity through differentiated inquiry-based learning, improving literacy and creative expression among marginalized learners, and then connecting science education to children's everyday lives to foster inclusivity. And our first speaker, Shazia Bibi from Government Girls Secondary School, Murdan Chitral, Pakistan, will share with us how she supports girls' education by focusing on building their confidence, on improving their leadership skills. And Shazia, I would like to know that Shazia has faced unique challenges, and she's still facing these challenges. But despite that, she has worked so hard, and her determination to empower girls is both admiring and inspiring. Thank you, Shazia. Next, we will hear from Aykanush Zotova, who teaches at the Shivaza General Secondary School in the village of Alexandrovka, Kyrgyzstan, and she will enlighten us on how she and her colleagues foster inclusive and pluralistic learning spaces through differentiated inquiry-based learning in such a diverse community of various ethnic and socio-economic backgrounds. Following Aykanush, we will hear from Avkishkar Kumar from the basic school in Bakari, Muzaffarpur, India, who will present his school's innovative solution to enhancing and improving literacy and creative expression among marginalized students. And this Avkishkar's remarkable solution reminds us or gives us the opportunity to acknowledge the significant influence, significant impact of literacy and creative expression on the lives of underserved children who have been historically underserved. And our final speaker is Nasakat Muhammadiyeva from General Secondary School No. 2 in Tajikistan, who will shed light on the significance of connecting science education to children's everyday lives. And Nasakat's efforts to bridge the gap between classroom and the children's real life is instrumental in inspiring the love of children for science education. And then, in the end, after these enlightening presentations, we will have an opportunity to gain insights from Moritz Spolder, representing Education Cannot Wait. Moritz will help us to reflect on and explore how these classroom-level innovative solutions can inform and drive broader system-wide change. And here I also would like to note that it's important for all of us to recognize the impact of this incredible teachers' work extends far beyond their classrooms, and understanding the potential of their work, of their hard work to shape the wider education system is vital. And now, without further delay, I would like to invite Shazia Bibi to the microphone. And here I would like to, yes, Shazia, you will be presenting in English. Yes, thank you. Please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum, and a very good morning to everyone who are here. I am Shazia Bibi, a secondary school teacher in Government Girls High School, Murdan, Chitral. Government Girls High School, Murdan is situated in Garam Chashma, Chitral. The school was established in 2003, and the current enrollment in the school is 113 students, and we are actually 8 teachers. We are working there. So the area which we have worked is actually empowering the girls to lead. So before going towards the main problem, I would like to share my experience in transmitting from a private school to a government sector as a secondary school teacher. There were so many challenges and differences I encountered, but one of the challenges was student reluctance for responsibilities. It was very hard and challenging for me, but with my 40 years experience in government sector as a secondary school teacher, and with Schools2030 human-centered design approach, I explored that every child, every student need interest, encouragement, support, and motivation, and experiences, learning experiences are different. So they should be addressed accordingly to improve their learning experiences. The girls' leadership has always been a challenge in the society. And in my school, most of the students of grade 9 were hesitant to take on responsibilities while performing individual and group tasks. I found this through my personal observation, where I found that most of the students were reluctant in taking responsibilities. Then it was a complex issue, so it needs an empirical evidence. For that, I used the rapid assessment tools, which was provided by AHA Foundation Schools2030. I administered those tools in my school, and I have the results. The tools were focused on 5 domains, 2 cognitive and 3 non-cognitive domains. And the leadership domain was subdivided into 4 domains. They were ability to manage yourself, ability to solve the problem, ability to influence others, ability to work in a group and establish good relationship. So here my findings says that majority of the students were lacking in this agreed criteria. Okay, so to gain a profound understanding of the problem and to learn its causes and to capture the problem, I interviewed 2 students from the extreme categories and their parents. And I deduced the girls' perspective and the parent perspective. The girls' perspective was that we do not think the girls have to lead because our decision doesn't matter. And the parent perspective was that girls cannot lead because they cannot think the way boys do. Moreover, they need someone to accompany them. Instead of addressing to react the student identified need, I generate 2 prototype models. They are here. between the two, I chose the second one, and I dropped the first one based on its desirability, sustainability. To some extent, it was feasible, but I dropped the first one and I chose the second prototype and I applied it in my school. Basically, the second prototype was introduction of a house system inside the school. The house system, which is a group of students. One of my assumptions about the system was the girls will take interest in it, and introducing a house system with a mentor may encourage the girls to take responsibilities. So the very first thing I did was creating a concept map and took notes on each and everything, and then had a meeting with teachers and principal, and then explained the entire process to them by using the concept map. And then I select a few students and give them responsibilities, and the girls show interest in taking up those responsibilities. Sorry. So here you can see the concept map for the implementation, where we have we include the whole administration, and we have 4 houses, group of students. We have discipline, name as discipline, unity, tolerance, and generosity. So every house is a house teacher, a house captain, and CR, and a head girl. We try to give maximum responsibilities, maximum opportunity to the girls so that they can take responsibilities and they can lead. So here, when we explain the entire process to the students, many of them express their interest, so choosing among them become difficult. So we conducted an election to ensure that the girls' leader should select it fairly. So here you can see the election day, which is under the supervision of the teacher. In the other side, you can see the elected nominee after the election, the elected nominee who was saying thanks to her fellow for casting vote for her. So when the students have gained the responsibilities, so they themselves organize an activity where they were creating a house corner in their classes for their respective houses, and they were distributing the students in their respective 4 houses. So here we have another activity. The students have decided to launch a campaign in the community to care about their environment. The purpose of this activity was to provide exposure to the girls, because they had never before participated in such activity without their parents. Additionally, it was included in their curriculum. What's happening? Yeah, one slide is missing. Which one? Which one? Which slide do you want? Not go back. Just go to this. Which one? From here? Yeah, this. Okay. That's this one. Here and there. Okay. I'm sorry for this. So here you can see after doing this activity, the post-field reflection of the girls. Here all the students, after doing the activity, they are reflecting on that activity. They are very happy and they are very positive in doing this activity. So another activity which is designed for the student in the left side, you can see, which is designed for the student before assembly, called as freehand exercise, where one girl can lead the activity, and there is an opportunity for the other girls. The leading girl changes on daily basis, and other students can have opportunity to conduct and lead that activity. So in the other side, you can see the students have another activity where providing flexibility through game. The students can do it in the absence of the teacher or in their free class. Again, one student or two students can lead that activity. So here you can see awareness station. We have arranged awareness station for the parents of the area. The speaker was from the same area and is known for her empowerment position in that area. I intentionally invited her because she knows the ground realities, the challenges of the area, which influence the parents more. So here you can see, you have a glimpse of some of outcomes of our students. So these are the girls who were hesitant while speaking, and they now had themselves organized or celebrated our National Day with enthusiasm. And they led the school even with responsibility. So here you can see in the picture another major achievement of our students. The girls not only exceed inside the school, but they had also participated in the literary competition, securing first position, and even reaching for the zonal level. So this was the achievement of students. So besides learning leadership skills, the student also learn to communicate, they interact with each other, they collaborate with each other. The students, literacy developed among the students as they were writing, reading, and communicating with each other. They practice fairness, empathy, which developed their students' respect for diversity. The students developed time management, and all the students were flexible to share their ideas, which provide inspiration to creativity. And it was totally a positive learning environment, which fostered the students to motivate. So the support I need from education department is a merit-based scholarship for the students, monitoring and assessment and feedbacks from the department, the principal support, the teacher support, which is very, very important, and from community parental involvement and resources sharing. So towards the future, which is the success of our innovation, elevate our school to new heights of excellence, innovation and community impact. We will become a catalyst for positive change in education, inspiring other institutions to embrace innovation and reimagine the possibilities of teaching and learning. Our students will become leaders, innovators, and compassionate contributors that our society needs to make a lasting impact on their community and the world at large. Thank you so much. Thank you, AKF Pakistan and Chitral Education Department. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Shazia. Now I would like to invite Aykan Sotova.
Добрый день, уважаемые участники глобального форума программы «Школу-20».
Good morning, dear participants of the Global Forum Schools 2030. Dear donors, partners, project teams, and colleagues, it's a great honor and privilege for me to represent our country, the Kyrgyz Republic.
Меня зовут Тайганыш, я учитель.
My name is Okanish, and I'm a teacher at the Shivaza General Secondary School in Chuy Oblast. Our school is 61 years old, and we've got 1,500 students getting education from the first to 11th grade. Our school is very interesting, dynamic, and multi-ethnic. In my presentation, I would like to give you an idea of my experience working under the Schools 2030 program. We, as the teachers, first identified the problems and looked for their root causes. Given the research findings, we realized that the minority representatives and the internal minors face some communicative difficulties and cultural gaps which affect their academic performance. Limited Russian and Kyrgyz language proficiency is a barrier for comprehension and expression. The level of their parents' education and language barriers hamper their academic progress. Additionally, they receive lack of support at home. We've also realized that the student learning opportunities vary depending on living conditions of the family, educational background of parents, religious beliefs, and family values. Speaking about the root causes of these problems, we identified that cultural and language differences, lack of parent support, affect the academic performance of children. Our target group is the children from 10 to 15 years old. The village of Alexandrovka is home to various ethnic groups, including Kyrgyz, Russians, Dangans, Uzbeks, and Kurds. The main source of income for the population is the agriculture. There are also lots of migrants from the southern part of our country living in our village. Thus, to address the described problems, we've initiated the following solution of the project, which we called Curiosity of Minds, or Curious Minds. Our idea is to create an inclusive and favorable environment with no barriers for diverse students. In order to implement this idea, our team has developed the extracurricular program specifically designed for meeting the needs of our students. We decided to teach them by means of inquiry-based learning. Our main goal is to mitigate the academic disparities by creating a pluralistic and inclusive learning environment that nurtures sense of value, respect, and inclusion for students from diverse backgrounds.
Now, how is our idea innovational? It is innovational because we believe that our solutions are aimed at diversity, inclusiveness, equity, and equality, and this is something that contributes to academic success for various groups of students, and we resolve academic success issues due to increased literacy and critical thinking. Our solution is feasible because it contributes to active involvement of students, despite all the differences, different skills, capacities, and interests. Differentiated training takes into account unique needs, various aspects, and various styles of learning of the students, and we use available, accessible materials and handouts. Sustainability of the project is due to that flexible, agile methods of training and adaptable programs make it possible to develop to respond to needs of the students, ensuring long-term sustainability. This project was initiated and implemented by the design team of our school due to design thinking methods. To detect the problem above all, we held express evaluation of our students, and there we analyzed the academic success of students based on the main subjects, mathematics, reading, and knowing the motherland, the country studies. So we detected significant gaps and variabilities in students' results, and we tried to look for root causes of that. And in the course of the survey of the research, we interviewed children, parents, and various representatives of various nationalities and socio-economic status. We discovered that it is difficult for students to extract and analyze information, to develop their own opinion based on information obtained from various sources. And we also noticed that children prefer collaborating, cooperating, and communicating with their peers that are representatives of their nationality. And also we noticed that parents are often poorly involved into education of their children. Our interviews and observations let us know that students need support in developing their critical thinking. They need support for diversity, and it's necessary to support interaction among students of various ethnic backgrounds. That's something that is key, and that can be achieved due to differentiated activities. And also we realized that participation of children and parent engagement matters a lot. In the course of prototyping and testing, we developed an off-class activity where students can pick up interesting themes and they can develop their plan for research, and then they come up with presentation of their findings. In the course of the testing, we wanted to discover whether our solution will really contribute to development of critical thinking of the students and whether it will contribute to collaboration of students among various nationalities and groups of students with differing capacities, and whether it will contribute to involvement of parents into the schooling process. So the testing showed that this solution has a positive effect on improving, developing skills of children to ask questions, to address questions, to analyze information, and also to come up with their conclusions. Also, it is something that helps students to develop deep understanding of various concepts. It contributes to the atmosphere of collaboration for students, and it enhances the link between children and school, as well as children and their parents, and also between parents and the school. In this way, over the 9 months, we've implemented the project, the curiosity-based project, and in the course of that implementation, we came up with the curriculum for off-class activities and themes of research works or themes that are interesting for the students. The students implemented more than 15 research projects on various topics. And we also held very interesting presentations with participation of involvement of parents, teachers, and the community to implement this solution. We required computers, internet access, but also access to encyclopedia, a variety of books, research papers, and other materials where children could get the required information from. And also the material, some content that would support them in implementing the projects. The academic year at school was very interesting, inspiring. Children would read the materials, parents would visit the school, we worked together. And we started seeing first outcomes, results, fruit of our work. So speaking about short-term results, we could see that students have developed skills in questioning, critical thinking, and effective information data analysis. In long-term perspective, we hope that our project will develop inclusive schooling approach, the culture where they value and respect diversity, which results in expanded interaction among students of different nationalities and skills, their critical thinking skills. So what needs to be done in order to improve the processes and to further implement our solution? First of all, it is important to lobby support for comprehensive initiatives aimed at overcoming academic inequality among multicultural and socially and economically diverse groups of students at the local, regional, and national levels. Second, teachers need to undergo additional trainings and workshops to develop their competence and develop inclusive teaching strategies and methods. Three, it is necessary to create conditions for exchange of experience and joint collaborative learning, professional growth, and implementation of inquiry-based practices. And now some of my closing reflections. Implementation of the project created a lot of opportunities for the school. Above all, this is about enhancement of academic performance, strengthened engagement of families and the community, creating positive school culture, and fostering close relations between students, among students, parents, and the school. And also, students get access to enhanced critical thinking skills, improved communication and collaboration skills, and also it is about fostering inclusive community. And I am sincerely grateful to Aga Khan Foundation, to Schools2030 program for this great opportunity for personal development. Thank you for new knowledge and skills of design thinking. And friendly environment at school. Thanks for these great opportunities for our children, students. They can explore new and interesting things. I'm grateful to all the donors and partners who make their important contribution into development of the education systems in the 10 countries. And let me tell you, thank you once again.
Rahmatjon, thank you very much, Kanush. I would like to bring my apologies. I forgot to note that she will be presenting in Russian. So thank you again. Now I would like to invite Abkishke Kumar. Abkishke.
Namaskar. A very warm greetings to all you intellectuals. I am Abhishek from Basic School Bakri, Murol, Muzaffarpur, Bihar, India. The challenges which I faced, nearly 50% of students in primary classes encounter moderate difficulties in learning, especially during the initial months due to the disparity between their native language and the language used in school. Students from diverse language backgrounds encounters various language, communication, and cultural challenges that impact their daily performance in school. Second, children's literature is predominantly available in Hindi or English, with limited options in regional languages. And third, schools currently lack suitable opportunities to incorporate students' home languages into various curricular activities. Now, what is the history of problem? Actually, the differences in languages between the school and the home environments, emphasis on a standard language, limited space for home language in curricular activities, and a significant scarcity of print material in local languages collectively impede students' understanding of the curriculum. The challenges is faced by the children who are the 6 to 10 age cohorts. Actually, my school located in Bakri, which is a medium-sized village with a diverse linguistic landscape comprising Hindi, Urdu, Maithili, Vajjika, and Bhojpuri speakers. The overall literacy rate stands at around 46%, while female literacy remains low at approximately 18%. About 34% of the population constitutes the working classes and has been a significant rise in migration from village to the other states. The idea by which we can solve the problem. So it can be done by 3 steps. That is, first, idea, second, method, and third, goal, which are displayed on the screen. Now next, design process. We learned the assessment and the interviews. First, if I observed the challenges faced by the student, I assess the difference of languages as well as focus on a standard language hinders overall learning, expression, meaning making, and understanding of concepts, and generate a sense of exclusion. Second, language and socio-cultural profiling of students. The home language of students are Vajjika, Maithili, and Bhojpuri. Hindi and English are almost missing in the community of the region of our school. Students get hardly any academic support from their parents due to their high level of literacy. However, among the parents, English or Hindi carries an aspirational values and are preferred as a medium of instructions. Third, non-availability of multilingual teaching learning material. Surprisingly, no teaching learning material is available in the regional languages like as Vajjika, Maithili, Bhojpuri, and other languages which are commonly used in our region. The dominance of English and Hindi in children's literature is dominant. So the prototype which I take that are library corner and providing age-appropriate children's literature. Second, school community collaboration, collecting folklores, storytelling, etc. Third, multilingual TLM, like as small books, simple dictionaries, monthly newspaper, etc. And last, that is creating a space for home languages in medium of instruction. Our innovation first phase that I can do, that is print-rich environment. I established a library corner and oriented students to spend their free time there in the company of other children, displaying their works, encouraging them to do various activities like as making stories, expressing their thoughts in their home language, and drawing, etc. Phase 2, local language resource creation. We have implemented activities focusing on children's home languages, including a monthly newspaper featuring articles written in their native tongues. Second, a program for translating stories into their home language. Next, adaptation of popular stories into local languages. These initiatives promote language expression, literacy development, and cultural appreciations within our diverse students' community. By celebrating linguistic diversity, we aim to create an inclusive environment that supports the overall growth and well-being of our students. Moving ahead, we will do that are creating a simple dictionary to document vocabulary in different home languages, collecting folklores from various cultures. Next, converting them into small books to read the students, other students, and sharing with other students with same community. These initiatives aim to further preserve and promote linguistic and cultural diversity while fostering language learning and storytelling among the students. This is an example of our innovation. It is a monthly newspaper in Vajjika language, which is commonly used in our region. Next, that is a story which is translated in same Vajjika language, and this translation can be done, this is done by the students of our primary classes. Now, the idea which I can do something what are the ideas which can be successful? That are first, we have developed customized assessment tools to evaluate holistic learning outcomes encompassing cognitive, social, emotional, and physical aspects. Through assessment, we aim to provide insight that will inform educators and policy makers in creating targeted and impactful learning experience for these cohorts. Next, we continuously evaluate the impact of students' participation and interest in various activities, as well as their attendance and retention rates. This evaluation is carried out through regular feedback from students and documentation by our learning partner. By gathering and analyzing this information, we aim to understand and improve the overall engagement and commitment of students in their learning journey. Now, some call to action that are first, fostering a common understanding and cooperation among other teachers within the school. Embracing linguistic diversity requires a collaborative approach where teachers recognize and value the benefits of multilingualism, fostering an inclusive environment that celebrates and supports various languages and cultures. Second, literature and teaching learning materials in home languages. Translating and adapting children's literature from Hindi and English into the home language enhances language diversity and inclusivity. It allows children to access stories that reflect their culture, background, fostering a love for reading. Additionally, collecting folklores preserve cultural heritage and promote a sense of identity among young readers and their community. Now, my closing remark: enhancing curricular understanding fosters appreciations for language and cultures, creating more inclusive learning environment. By incorporating in linguistic diversity, students develop empathy and a broader world view. Creating an inclusive learning environment ensures that students feel welcomed and included. By embracing diversity and fostering a sense of belonging, students can thrive and engage fully in their educational journey. Next, developing teaching and learning materials in children's home languages enhance their educational experience, supporting language development and cultural pride. The initiative promotes improved educational outcomes for students by providing resources that align with their linguistic backgrounds. Now, I thanks to Aga Khan Foundation to give me such a wonderful opportunity to present my ideas. That's all. Thank you. Thank you to all.
Thank you very much, Abhishek. Now I would like to invite Moritz Polder to share his reflections on these 4 innovations and help us explore how these classroom level innovations can inform. Also, apologies. Sorry. I would like to invite Nosaqat to present her solution. And here I would like to note that Nosaqat will be presenting in Tajik language, and unfortunately we don't have the translation from Tajik into English or other languages. But then she has prepared beautiful and such a comprehensive presentation, and you can just easily follow her slides. Thank you.
سلام استادان و حاضرین گرامی، من محمدیه و نزاکت هستم، معلمه مؤسسه رقم 2 ناحیه دنقره ولایت ختلان جمهوری تاجیکستان. باید قید نمایم که سابقه 4 ساله کاری آموزگاری دارم. مشکلی معین کرده من نارسایی موادها از فن شیمی و بیولوژی برای درس‌های عملی. خوانندگان برای آموختن درس‌های شیمی و بیولوژی از سبب دسترسی نداشتن به موادهای ضروری، برنامه تعلیمی از فن شیمی و بیولوژی برای مشغولیت‌های عملی، شوق و رغبتشان به آموختن این فنها کم می‌نماید. ایده یا راه حلی به وجود آمده تأسیس دادن محفل شیمی و بیولوژی در مکتب. یکم، گذراندن تجربه‌های عملی با خراجات کم و موادهای دسترس محلی. دوم، به خوانندگان کمک می‌کند که صلاحیت‌های آنها از فن شیمی و بیولوژی از روی تجربه رشد یابد. شوق و رغبت خوانندگان به فن شیمی و بیولوژی زیاد شده پیشروی دیده می‌شود. روند طرح‌ریزی. نظریه به عملیه اگر به حیات هر روزه خوانندگان علاقه‌مند نباشد، وقتی گرانبهایشان در مکتب بیهوده صرف می شود. خوانندگان هنگام مصاحبه در تهیه طرح راه حل قید کردند که آموزش فن شیمی و بیولوژی با سبب ازیاد کردن معلومات به آنها مشکلی بوده. از این خاطر آموختن این فنها به آنها شوق آور نیست. حیرت آور آن بود که در وقت مصاحبه معلوم گردید بعضی از خوانندگان می‌خواهند طبیب، همشیره شفقت و فرماسیوت باشند. هر یک کودک ظرفیت‌های بسیار دارد که این باید با راه‌های گوناگون دستگیری شود، نابسته از مشکل‌هایی که در محیط موجودند. آزمایش طرح من از گذراندن تحقیقات و تجربه‌های خرد با گیاها عملی شد. من فرض کردم که علاقمند نمودن شیمی و بیولوژی به محیط خوانندگان شوق و رغبتشان به این فنها زیاد می‌کند. من درک نمودم که گذرانیدن مشغولیت‌های فن شیمی و بیولوژی بیرون از صنف با کارهای عملی لابراتواری با موادهای کم ارزش و دسترس محلی ممکن است. با تأسیس محفل فن شیمی و بیولوژی من مشاهده نمودم که در مدت کوتاه شوق و رغبت خوانندگان با آموختن این فنها رشد یافت. اینواتسیای من این تشکیل نمودن محفل فنهای شیمی و بیولوژی می باشد. خوانندگان یک جایه هفته 2 مرتبه جمع شده تحقیقات و مشغولیت‌های عملی می‌گذرانند. مصاحبه‌ها با متخصصان گیاهشناس و فرماسیوتان می‌گذرانند. در اساس بازیافت‌ها خوانندگان در گروه‌ها معرفنامه آماده می‌نمایند. خوانندگان بازیافت‌هایشان را با همسبقان و تمام جامعه مؤسسه در چاره‌بینی‌های گوناگون معرفی می‌نمایند. تحقیقات‌ها و درس‌های تجربوی جمع‌آور شده یک دستورالعمل برای آموزگاران و خوانندگان صنف‌های نهم آماده خواهد شد. با وجود آوردن تغییرات مثبت در خوانندگان شوق و رغبت نمایان بعد از مشغولیت‌های عملی زود مشاهده شد. همه خوانندگان صنف نهم در محفل فعالانه با گذراندن تحقیقات و تجربه مشغول شدند. رشد دادن این راه حل توسط غنی گردانیدن تجربه‌های عملی گوناگون و شوق‌آور برای خوانندگان میباشد. توسط واسطه‌های ارزیابی مکتب‌های BC، ارزیابی در اول و آخر سال در آخر سال خانش برای معین کردن پیشروی دراز مهلت می‌گذرانم. مشاهده های هر روزه و بهاگذاری در صنف پیشروی کوتاه مدتی خوانندگان را نشان می‌داد. تشویق برای دستگیری. همه معلمان در کشور من باید دسترسی به اصول طرح انسان محور داشته باشند. بنابراین این اصول در سطح ملی تکمیل اختصاص معلمان داخل شود. زیاد نمودن مبلغ گذاری برای بهترین تجربه های پداگوژی اینواسیونی، تشکیل برنامه پهن نمودن تجربه پیشقدم پداگوژی توسط لایحه مکتب‌های بیستی در سطح جمهوری و گلوبالی. اندیشه های جنبسته من، تجربه های اینواسیونی تهیه شده آید به محفل فن شیمیا و بیولوژیا در سطح آغاز بوده و من باوری دارم که این راه حل من تغییرات مثبت در رشد صلاحیت‌های آموزش فن شیمیا و بیولوژیا می‌آورد. من این راه حل را رشد داده به همکسبانم در استفاده در درس‌هایشان توصیه می‌دهم. راه حل اینواسیونی که من تهیه نمودم به دستگیری لایحه مکتب‌های بیستی به وجود نمی‌آید. از این خاطر من به فاند تاجیکستان آقاخان و وزارت معارف و علم جمهوری تاجیکستان اظهار سپاس می‌نمایم. برای من باعث فخر است که لایحه طرح انسان محور خود را در دایره مکتب‌های 20 دسترس نمودم و در چنین چاره‌بینی با شکوه معرفی می‌نمایم. تشکر زیاد برای دقتتان. Спасибо за внимание.
Спасибо, Nazakat. Thank you very much, Nazakat, and once again, my apologies. Now I would like to invite Maurice Spolder to the stage, to the microphone, and ask him to share his reflections on these 4 presentations, and then help us explore how these classroom innovations can inform the system-wide change. Please. Would you like to come here? Or you have the...
I can do either. I think you can hear me well from here. Would that be okay? Okay. Well, still, good morning, everyone. As being introduced, I'm Maurits Spolder. I'm the Monitoring Evaluation Specialist at Education Cannot Wait, which is the global fund for education in emergencies and protracted crisis settings. First of all, thanks to these incredible 4 teachers for sharing their stories, I think. Maybe another big round of applause for them, because well done on the presentations, and thanks for Aga Khan for inviting me to reflect a little bit on what has been said. Education Cannot Wait is a relatively small donor to the Schools 2030 initiative, but we do feel as a very valued kind of member of the network. Maybe some first reflections on what you have been saying, all 4 of you, because I think there are certain commonalities in these innovations. And one of them speaks to the importance of integrating kind of community, mothers, trust persons, other people that are maybe beyond the traditional school building that can help promote education. Another aspect is that, and I'm very happy that this was brought up, is the challenge around language. And that at the moment that you have multiple ethnicities, again, diversity in the classroom increases, and that increases the difficulty of responding to the differential needs of the people in the classroom, right? And I think through your school clubs, by bringing education outside of the traditional classroom into the environment, connecting it to the cultural practices and communities that the schools are part of, you respond to these challenges. So that issues around adaptability, flexibility, I think Okanesh talked about inquiry-based education and that type of pedagogical approach, I think is something that comes back in the presentations now, and also something that comes back in the discussions of yesterday. At the same time, I'd like to take this opportunity to reflect a little bit on some of the things that have been said and which is in the mandate of Education Cannot Wait. Because we, as a global fund, we advocate for the importance of providing quality education for conflict and crisis affected population. So when I was asked to respond to this panel or these presentations, and the question was, can you connect it to the system? My first impression is always, what system are we talking about? And for who is this system? I think very quickly when we talked yesterday about systems, we think about the formal government-led public education system. Unfortunately, in a lot of these countries, and also the countries that Education Cannot Wait supports, there are multiple systems in place. We have lots of kids in these days going to private schools because the government cannot provide quality education for these children. We have religious-based education. We have education programs through development and humanitarian sectors that provide education to those places that the government cannot support, either because of institutional incapacities or challenges that they face, but sometimes even because part of their country is not under their control. Think about Eastern Ukraine. Think about Sudan currently. Think about the Central African Republic. And for Education Cannot Wait, and I think also for the Schools 2030 initiative program, and for everyone in the room, this issue around conflict and crisis-affected population is not something on the periphery anymore. It is something that is unfortunately growing, and it's something that is affecting, I think, all the countries, including the countries for the Schools 2030 initiative. ECW recently did a study on existing data, and we find that 224 school-aged going children, so average between the age of 4 and 18, are affected by some form of conflict and/or crisis. This is roughly, I think, the size of the whole population of Pakistan or Brazil, not small countries, right? So all these kids, although ECW has the ambition to include these kids in the formal system, there are other systems in place. And one of the big challenges is that the majority of these kids, around 127 million of them, are actually in school, but they do not reach minimum proficiency levels, right? Around 70-something are out of school, so that's another challenge. But the challenge of quality and the challenges of equity and the challenge of including these kids and providing them with a proper quality education is much as big of a challenge as getting kids into school. Now, of course, we talk here about teachers, so I want to zoom in on that. But if you take 224 million kids, you need roughly around 5.6 million teachers to educate those kids. And that, of course, is a challenge in itself. And here again, the existing systems of teacher training institutions, pre-service training that we all have in all our different countries are not effective enough to cater for this huge amount of kids, right? So we do need to look at innovative ways, I think, to respond to this challenge of providing quality education. Flexibility is something that we heard here, adaptability, making use of the community as a driver of kind of education provision. I think in the morning panel, Maina was talking about majority of the time that kids spend in their life is at home, right? So schooling or education is one part, but learning from home and from their caregivers, from their peers is another. And I want to zoom in also a little bit on this marginalized group, so to say, that often teachers need to have additional skills to educate these kids, right? We talk a lot about subject matter, we talk a lot about pedagogy and didactics and kind of the standard core that every single teacher, including these people on the stage, need to teach properly. Right? But if you are in conflict and crisis-affected setting, a lot of these children and the teachers as well are affected by some form of mental health or psychosocial distress. So teachers need to somehow respond to that challenge, which is not an easy task, right? Because they're already overburdened, they don't have time, so the situation is dire. They also need some form of kind of emergency preparedness, right? So they need to be aware, okay, what happens if an armed group comes into my school, or if a cyclone hits, or an earthquake strikes? And I think Pakistan, with the floods of 2022, can speak to this a lot. So I just wanted to emphasize that when we talk about inclusion, yes, we talk about children with disabilities. Yes, we talk about learning differences. But I want to reiterate that there is a huge amount of kids in this world that are affected by conflict and crisis and on the move, either within their own country, and I think migrants were mentioned in some of the presentations, or large refugee populations in different countries that we need to cater for. We have a session about this after the break, so please join us if you're interested in that. But thank you very much for the time to give these reflections.
Thank you very much, Maurits, for your reflections and valuable insights. And now, as we've come to the end of our session, I would like to take a moment to say big thank you to these 4 exceptional teachers, and also to express my deepest gratitude, our deepest gratitude to all teachers in this room and beyond, and across the world, for their tireless efforts in fostering knowledge, in igniting curiosity, and nurturing the potential of each and every student. Dear teachers, thank you very much. And dear delegates, thank you for joining this panel session. Thank you.
I don't need the light, I need the mic. Is it on now? Hooray, thank you. Once again, a huge thank you to that panelist and to the chair and moderator. Now, I don't want to keep you between yourselves and your coffee, but just to very quickly say we are running just a few minutes late. The next sessions are to start at 11:45. Please make sure you're in the room at least by 11:50 at the latest, just to give you a few minutes to take your coffee. 11:50 in to begin the workshops. Lunch will be served from 1 p.m. After lunch at 2:30 p.m., we all join back here for a whole afternoon of active workshopping together. All right, so enjoy your challenge session, enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back in this room after lunch at 2:30 p.m. Please remember, be in your challenge session by 11:50. Thank you.
I just did the same over there.